You asked for some brain rot, right? Yeah, we didn't have any of those things you would expect. We have plenty of those since I'm in a kitchen, but nope. Yeah. Well, then again, like, you wouldn't have baking soda because you're most likely not baking stuff, I would assume. So, yeah. Anyway, he's attorney. Oh yeah, certainly forgot all the voices. No baking anything. I'm baking you. Ah. Mostly fried stuff. Yay, healthy. Anyway, I don't remember what voice I gave her. Anyway, 2 silhouettes. It's not her voice. Please, not the oven treatment. Why? You're comfortable to loaf upon. Anyway, 2 silhouettes appeared out of the fork of the pavement in front of us. Why is she American?
Hold it!
2 silhouettes? That's right. They were coming toward us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. His reaction is not changing. We need time to rise. Baking. There was a rather plump figure followed us by a scrawny, thin-looking man. Yes? But no. You know, she says that happened on Briar Road. Which is weird. No, actually it's not weird. That's probably exactly what happened. Except it's not gonna be Sasuke and the woman. It's actually the woman and someone else. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you are certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby? Ah yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are street lights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? My darling? Oh, what? Oh yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog underground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then, oh god, there's a street light as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold of you, your answer please, Mr. Pete. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. Oh God. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets. Oh God. I swear to it, sir. I'm not sure. Ugh. As my love of Patricia is true. What is going on? Oh, Pat! Oh, Pat! Oh, Rolly! Shall I take a guess? Like together since a few weeks? Gods, impregnate that man! Hi, Bob. Sure, Bob. Let's do that, Bob. I shall catch myself something to drink. And I'm back. Hooray! They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you! I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. I asked the guard to impregnate that man, not you. That's right. The guard should impregnate you, Coffee. I'm okay with that. What happened in the crucial moments of that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor and then the other scattered something before running off.
Hold it!
Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Impossible. Okay. Shall I send 2? 3? 4? Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer and we realized what it was. A dead body. So nice. Didn't we, darling? What? Oh yes, that's right, it was some old books. I see, old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in these photographic prints, which we call photo from here on. She says true love. I will impregnate that man. But Coffee, how could this not be true love? I can't wait when she gets like completely angry and like turns out to be like the Witch of the South from Wizard of the Oz. It's gonna be fun. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. He did the deed. He did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without
Question, sir. No, we can't fix her, I'm afraid. That mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. It's just weird because she looks like she's not coming from a good standing, considering when you look at this and this and this. Makes me think she's a gold digger, you know? Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement. Let's make this really British. Pavement. They don't say pavement. And ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as tough they're telling the truth here. Not necessarily. If someone said like, just pretend it's this guy. May I remind you that the court of this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Yes, because policemen would never lie, ever, because they're policemen, right? Right, America? Right, America, and white policemen. Now please continue.
Yes.
He ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, no, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm a proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Huh? What? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Bate to go.
I was off duty by that point. Why is he calling her Mrs. Beat? Why is he not calling her by her first name? At this point, it feels like she literally used him and said like something like, "Oh, I like you, I love you, you're really nice, and I will go out on a date with you if in court you lie for me." And he's going like, "Oh yes, I will do anything for you." At this point, it feels like that. And they put like the same scarf on him to make it look like, oh, I gave it to him. Also, what is this here on his hat? What is this? What is on the back side of this hat?
I was off duty by that point. But the Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Beat, bait, B8, B8, war? Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I said Patricia, you see.
Now he calls her Patricia. Why didn't he call her Patricia before this?
I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box. Or the beat that incident fell under so she could go and report it.
Isn't that highly inconvenient to have different police boxes for different crimes? Like, what? Hello, I want to report a theft. I'm sorry, sir, ma'am, whatever. This police box only cares for murder. So unless someone is murdered, we cannot help you. Use the correct police box. But they have no names. I don't know which one it is. Only Bobbies know. I ran there as quickly as I could as I asked for help from the Bobby on duty. Maybe critical thinking isn't their expertise. I don't know, like, it makes no sense. Like, you make these boxes to call the police regardless of what you are reporting, right? Why would you make dedicated boxes? You know, that goes directly into corruption in the government, where they go like, so yeah, we're gonna put boxes for theft here, here, and here. And for murder, we're gonna put it here, here, and here. Sir, what about the lower class section of our city? Oh yeah, put one box there for, I don't know, wrong parking of carriages? Oh, that seems logical. You know, feels like that. Kind of dumb. One moment. Like, hello, I want to report theft, murder. It's going on a rampage here. I see your call from the lower class district. I'm sorry, this is the wrong police box for this. Go to the upper district to use it. But we are not allowed to even enter. Well, sucks to be you. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know? In bed, maybe. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of 2 model citizens. The spot for murderer is on the other side of the city, sir. Oh, please, you're making me blush. Isn't he, darling?
Sir, yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir.
Let's move on, shall we? Yes. Let's just declare her as the murderer. It was definitely It was definitely that Nipponese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Hold it!
But it was foggy. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? Oh look, she becomes more aggressive. We absolutely could. As Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband here already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? You know, if you read this, fog was only light, you go like, no, it's water in the air, not light. Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe, and we have fog vision. You press F and have fog vision, you know, F, fog, ah. But it's an absolute menace for those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. And it was foggy that day. Yes, alright, I'll take your point. Now could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see? Yes, because that's how fog works, right? Expose your eyes to fog and they become better. Like, you get a sight of 24 out of 24 instead of 20/20. Thanks to fog. You should ask wind noise. That's why we can't tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Nipponese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Huh? What? Yes. It was the accused. No mistake. Oh god, I'm tired. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snubby. Oh no, unmistakable, sir.
As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sasuke they saw running away from the scene of the crime. But here's the thing. What happens when, let's say, let's take the entire session, right? And let's say it is correct. There was a repair on the street, so therefore he couldn't go left. and take Briar Road home. So he had to take the right side to get home. Still, he has to cross Briar Street. So he takes the other way around, and the old guy in the jury, who's looking like the woman, he actually fell down in front of him. Now let's leave this up to whatever explanation that would be, why and what happens afterwards, but he then goes back home, either because he helped that person first or not, or ignored it, whatever. He had to cross the street of Briar Street. So what happens if he comes from the right side? Let's see, where's the map? Here. So, because here is the street works, cannot go here, but goes here. The old man slips, and he either helps him or ignores it, but keeps going, and he has to cross here, Briar Street, right? To get home. So let's assume he comes here, and the woman who's actually assaulted by a knife attack in the back, it happened like something here. We saw the corner, right? So there is like a small space here where there's no building. So what is if the woman was like attacked somewhere here, and then she kind of walked up the Briar Road, kind of trying to escape, but she's kind of in shock as well. That's why she's not running. And like walks up here, and by chance he came down here, like right when she is walking up here, he comes down here, and therefore they came from this side, right, and saw them. So the woman is here about to collapse, and he just came from here and stands basically behind her, seeing in shock that she has a knife in her back. Or actually she collapses right in front of him, and he notices she has a knife in the back. He gets scared, drops his book and runs home, and they just saw that and thought he stabbed the woman, but she was already stabbed before he actually showed up. That's like my current assumption of the entire case, which would make perfect sense. But this is an Ace Attorney game, of course it wasn't like that. You have to consider there was also a Shiba dog, and UFOs, and don't forget James and Mary, they were also there. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. B8 saw what they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yeah, but that does make him the murderer. Like I said, most likely he just happened to show up when it went all down. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does this leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do now? If Kazuma-sama were here... What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean somewhere else? Their statement about Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. I hate this word. Unequivocal. Can we call it unison? Which is another word I don't like. calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. It's also great that I repeated the same facts over and over to you that you already know. Oh right, I do this job only since one day, haha. But simply must focus on finding the discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be up against it? Whatever. The problem is I don't have anything that I can present that contradicts anything they say. So, as far as I also know, I didn't get any pressing choices, but I guess I have to go through it again. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Huh? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Who is Pat? Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? Yes, I'm giving him that voice.
That's right, sir. Yes? Oh god, I'm so tired. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and the queen to the end.
His meat, yes. What is he beating? His meat? Yes. What's that now?
My warrant card, sir. Prove I'm a London copper.
He's metal. He's copper.
It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to us all policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail, and without grumble and the lack of sleep. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
They look like siblings, not gonna lie. Kind of, yeah. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
But sir, just on that one particular day, oh God, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beast put up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Yes, the judge is Santa Claus. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, I also noticed something. I'm sorry. Need to disable this. Because we are not playing the other game anymore. Whoops. Yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... What is she doing? It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. This is a court and not a normal discussion at the dining table. What? No, no, no. Oh no, it's really not like that. At all. Throw a teapot at her. Yes. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. Again, policemen can lie. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Those are dangerous monsters, madam. She seems insufferable. Yeah. Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? Yes, she brings up finally the point of, let's look at the books. Tell me which books were dropped, because then we can decide if those are the books from Sasuke or not. Yes, she saw these nuts. Oh my. I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one. Uh-huh. She knows the names. And if this game had any substance, then the police officer from Scotland Yard also noted down the names of these books, and we could compare it. And then we can compare it against the note from the bookstore. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? That will do, Mrs. Bate. No, it won't do at all. Shut up, old man. That Nipponese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fists down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. B. Might that appease you? This judge has, like, nothing. He's like, oh, this witness told me, now I will just do what they say. Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Hopping off from chat. See you. Thank you very nice. Have a wonderful rest. Thank you for being here. Take care. Wouldn't it, darling? What would happen if we would give him coffee? What would happen, coffee? Could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at. It wasn't 4 books, right? I see 3 books. Is the 4th in the back there? Because I only see 3. And we have 3 here. And she talks about 4. I could even tell you the names of the 4 books. I will slap head. You know, I'm going to present here this photograph of 3 books.
Objection!
So, you're saying there were 4 books? That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, what's it, yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thing gummies something. The first 3 books are the exactly same ones from the bookstore. The what's it, yearnings and the meal. There's the meal, there's the yearnings, and the picture of Monsieur Lecoq. I'm sorry, Mrs. Bede. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no! What? What flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. Ha ha! You lying! Nanny? Have a good look at this photographic print, which we call photo, of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me. You erased one of the books with AI. Sorry? It's that big old lump of a dead body. A lady so large her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all. That would be easily proven by saying like, oh yeah, Scotland Yard was at that place and I'm certain they made notice of 3 books. Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't even dead. Even if it were insulting her size. Even if we are insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Bede. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you described. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. Oh yes, I can. Evidence. I have it. I feel stressed. Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. Oh no, what could ever be it? Except this one.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books? No, sir. I'm a lawyer. I don't sell books. Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. No! Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. Grrr. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no! Oh no, no, no! No!
Objection!
Why is he pointing at Dracula? Like, why is he pointing at him? When he's like, objection. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you may know very well you have no hope of disproving. We don't need to disprove it. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Why is the court system using such complicated words? Would that be fair? Sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh? You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photo? It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say? Jesus, man. Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. And why didn't we have access to that photo as the defendant in court? The Lion's Pride. Oh, The Lion's Pride. That is a book that our wonderful other guy, whose wife is in the jury right now, was so happy about. And so proud to possess it. But I think he also said he lost it. No, look at it. Look at it. It's burned. And that happened. We know it. We know there was a fire in the apartment. This is his book. And it's undeniably his book because it's burned. But again, why didn't we have access to this photo? What is this? I will give you some evidence if I feel like. If you haven't seen it, well, you're bad. I will slap my head. Yeah, I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. Again, why are we still going on about this specific thing? It doesn't matter if he dropped his 3 books there and ran away because he didn't do it. It's like we are looking at a complete useless fact at this point and pretend it is important. As you will observe, the fourth book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. Yeah! I'm sorry. Order! Order! There, you see? You see? Look at that. Look, 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 look. She changed her dialect and I don't understand why. Yes. It's just like I said. It's just like I said. Isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Le GAAC. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. Or yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gaborio, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. She said she remembers the name of all books. Would she be so kind to name the fourth? Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rowley? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia's flawless.
But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There is nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photo. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, milord. As the photo clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder what became of the 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Why is it not burned here? Oh wait, the backside was burned. You will submit that and the aforementioned photo to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Second crime scene photo, blah blah blah. The 4th book. The prosecution arrests. I have nothing further to add. Nanny? You seem surprised, my learned friend. Well, am I surprised? Am I really surprised? Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. Never heard of it. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. This book also doesn't spark any memories. So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. My synapses just activated. The Lion's Pride. That's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before, and very recently too. Shocking. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Shocking. And here's the funny part. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burned. You're right. I'll never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. You can read it, except for the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. Book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? And I cannot remember something that happened just this day a few hours ago. I swear. These people are worse than a goldfish. I like how you... Okay, good. Don't ignore what I just wanted to say. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. I'm a Dracula Borg. The spurious long route to the cursed lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation, exami, and the attempted discrediting of the witnesses' powers to recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat.
She already did, apparently. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their position? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Wow, he calls us a travesty. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. Are we? No, but... all these voices make me drink some drink. If I fight back in the wrong way now, it could very well just make matters worse. Think, Rio. Think. What could you ever do against aliens more powerful than you? I mean, what do you do now? I mean, wait and see would literally mean that the case is going the wrong way. So, okay, so they said like books, okay, it's his books, there's the fourth book. But the fourth book, because we have that, we should present it to the court as of additional evidence. And we should ask Mr. Garrett into the court as witness. If I'm perfectly honest.
Objection.
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. I will still say that the singular that the die is a weird word for dice. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but Ark, I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Six, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole. Indeed. For a lowly judicial? I still don't know. Is it judicial or judical? Entertain me, interwebs. I wanna know. It's judicial. Okay. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this, nonetheless, a woman. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable when I don't want to know anything new. Mr. Naruto. One of these lands' great guiding principles is tolerance. So the court will hear you, madam. What? Since when did they have tolerance? At the beginning of the 20th century? That's new. It's probably rare. Go ahead, Miss Susie, please. Very well. Pray what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be decisive proof that we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. You already know that, I'm just repeating it to you again. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Miss Susie, as we already did this. This is it. Susie-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's head.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you know well. As you well know. R. Yes, I'm afraid, Counsel, I must concur with the prosecution of this matter. What are you? When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a What is this word? Hitherto? Hitherto. Contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. That rhymes. Woo. Can he stop flinching at every objection? No, he cannot. Hi, Bob. Yes. Don't be afraid. This is just an audio save. Everything is fine. 1 second. Let me have a sip here. And some stretching. Okay. So I must insist that you elaborate, Consul. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you might very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, Counsel, precisely where is the vital clue on this case, which this fourth book conceals? I don't know. I think I will turn this book to this side and say it's gonna be this.
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. Back? What do you? Good gracious! It's been burned to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? Completely unreadable. It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural. Unnatural, you say. And what of it, my Nipponese friend? I burn people at night after I have taken their blood. It's pretty natural to me. Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? You know, at this point, since this book is now in play, what if this person is actually the landlord and was paying a visit to Mr. Herre, and then everything happened there, like chaos broke out. Whoever started the entire chaos, whatever, and she was like there, and then she or he actually stabbed them, and in confusion and shock they fled out on the street, but they also took the book. Maybe they took the book as a prepayment for the open rent. Something like that? I'm not sure. A chart book. There's just one possibility here which can't quite bring myself to rule out. Could it be that memory from a few hours ago I still pretend not to remember? It's an outside chance, certainty, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Council. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? The shop that sold it. Yes. The owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon. But we already know who the book belongs to. No, we don't. The victim was gripping it in her hands as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obvious hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of the book, who the book really belongs to and where it's originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes alright. I hate this word. Alright. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? It's Susie. It's Male Strongheart. It's actually Hellock Sholmes. No, it's John Garrett. The answer is, the book belongs to a couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. The landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but yeah. The house belongs to them, so the other thing I just said was bullshit. But there had to be a reason why she went to Mr. Garrett. Oh no, wait. The letter in the book. What if there was actually something between Mr. Garrett and that woman? Uh-oh. Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garrett herself. Oh my goodness me! I don't remember my own name. I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrett's wife. I'm his maid. You still can prove that she is his wife. Things would be so much easier if we would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrett's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused's landlady. Is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Why? She's wearing the wedding ring. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Geredup's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke, couldn't see a barely thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The barely furniture started going up as well. Yes, I don't know why he's American. Worst of it, I lost my favorite, the book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. By Jove! Who is Jove? The very same title as the subject of this debate. Oh dear me.
Objection!
Total chaos in court. This is risible. What is risible? What? This game is very good at throwing words at me that I have never heard in my entire life. Risible. What does it? Oh, okay. It is a word that describes something laughable. Risible. This is risible. All you've told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to interfere it magically removed, to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Marital discord, I'm sorry. Not discord! Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Geredup was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Geredup, even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love, can you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Blinding light. Had almost fevered old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in the smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Then the man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Good gracious! Are you suggesting that the book that was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
Sorry. No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted at the very evening of the incident. and there is no report of Mr. Gertep's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also have no signs of broken glass when we visited the Gertep household. But it's not conceivable that the window was open at the time in... Not even remotely, because nobody in their sane mind would ever open a window when the room is filling with dark smoke from the fire. I mean, in general, don't open any doors and windows if there is a fire, if you can, because it will only make the fire worse. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gertep's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Oh no, she's angry.
Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward.
Really?
Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, and not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you, that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. You should box your ears. That's what I What? I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
What the heck? She wants to punch me in the ears? It's not a good thing to do.
2 right and 1 left.
Here we go.
How long have we sat here listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? What do you think about it? At the end of the day, the only person...
Why is it American?
The only person who possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the moustache, and he ran away from the scene too.
Yeah, sure, because you see someone getting murdered in front of you, you stand there and go like, fascinating. I do declare you're right. It's true. You know what? This guy here, this guy we just looked at, looks exactly like the guy in the stand. This guy could be possibly his brother. Like, he looks literally like a twin of the Bobby guy.
Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Sorry? What's that? Well, well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Vinci? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book. Look at my foot. Look at these legs. If books are the predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. And look at my boot. Das Boot. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, here we go again. You will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
It even explodes. But here we go again. Now we're going to do the same thing as we always do. Pinky. Thank you for that unambiguous response. It's twice now, it's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Bye, Mr. Sasuke. Oh no, Sasuke is going to die again. Miss Susie? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has the right to do another Sumi Exami at this point. You still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, it is time again. I'm sure you're bored of this. The defense asks to exercise its right to a Sumi Exami. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. And touch fluffy boys. Oh god, it's to be continued. Why is there a double band-aid on his head? I'm confused. I have considered the defense's counsel's request for further Sumi Exami of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. I'm sorry. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second Sumi Exami. I presume the jury is ready for Mr. Foreman. Who's Mr. Foreman? Ah, the first guy. This one.
We are, my lord.
Very Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. I just felt like it. That sounds reasonable.
The accursed left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
But it was 4. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. See, this guy looks like a twin of the Bobby guy. Of Sir Patrick the Copper. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with the direct hit. She even admits it.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. How is this all in some way contradictory? My voice. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. The last one wasn't even an argument. He was like, I remember when I got into an accident with fire. That's my justification why this guy is guilty. And one says, like, if you give me a contradiction to the stabbing and who else it could have been, then I feel like he's not guilty. Like, huh? With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused fleeing from the scene. Again, he can flee. Doesn't make him the murderer. And moreover, stop doing that. No one else was even in the scene, was even at the scene to commit the crime. That we know of. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means I'm afraid that during this summy-exami, it's essential that you establish some of the other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute as a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. I give you this tip so you can overthrow me. Isn't it great? Simply give us a name and the method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. No pressure, TM. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summy-exami, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Ryu, focus your mind now. Double slap. Clearly, the key to this Summy Exami is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Mrs. Gerda. We have a book. We have a book that disappeared from the Gerda's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Let me draw my katana and slice some people up. And serve them as delicious sushi. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Gerda and how she reacts even to the things other people say. Okay. But I cannot jump to the left and right. Well, the first thing we need to do is anyway to press everyone. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
Hold it!
But as we know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what? Well, what difference does it make? Set in stone, no reactions. There's every possibility that the 4th book in fact belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with.
She's dead. She's literally dead. 0 reactions. Sorry?
Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he?
She's still dead.
Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said?
No reaction, nothing, nada. It's not exactly how I put it, no.
Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
Jesus, 0 reaction. I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow.
Still dead.
Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
Dead. I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say. There was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed. I might reconsider.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? my, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you might think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan and rational woman. She's a very modern, metropolitan, rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? What kind of memory do you possess? You see? Modern, metropolitan and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? So, by her definition, modern, metropolitan, rational thinking means just ignore everything you want to and pretend it never happened. The village next door got razed to the ground by fire and wild titans? Who fucking cares? I'm doing fine. Such modern thinking. And not at all extreme, which means her head is empty. Not a single thought behind those eyes. I would say there are thoughts behind. Like, I would say, yes, there are thoughts behind those eyes, but they are just all egoistical things and nothing else. The rest is empty, yes. I see. An overwhelmingly suspicious Nipponese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. Has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. Is this a sentence? As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Nipponese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. Shouldn't it say like by an overwhelmingly strong testimony? It's like they threw out a word out of this sentence so it would fit in one box. And they basically repeat overwhelmingly. It's like, what? So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But as modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? I see. So she is the modern Karen. Well, in England it's not Karen, it's... what was it? The other one? I don't remember. They contribute nothing but offering useless information. Yes, they also buy very expensive things they don't need and let others pay for it. So I would be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. It was an unidentified flying object. Is that better? I would be happy to I would be happy to do that too if I only could. Let's do our best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Okay, Susan. Right. I'm glad you omitted rational there. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. That's new. Did it actually plop up the avatar on the bottom left before? I'm pretty sure it didn't. At this point, I will not react to anything other when I see a reaction. Look at that dumbass face. Punch him. Maybe. Can I punch his brother? And then he gets punched as well? How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. There has been a fire with a room filling black smoke in it. You are forced to open the window, no matter what. Why didn't we tell them that? Like, why are we not telling them that? Like, everybody who has, minus this woman here, I'm sorry that it is a woman, would understand that you would open a window there. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see. She's good. She's very good. But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Even if you are burning too crisp and could escape by literally jumping out of the window from a burning house, you wouldn't do it in winter. You would just die. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from that childish bickering. Why? Because you have also no windows in your home because of window taxes? Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Well, hello there. Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
Yes, extremely love. There's really no such thing as loving incendiary. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love.
isn't it? Wow, don't you agree?
Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs.
Gerda.
Never mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more.
She basically agrees that she is the wife.
And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? Doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs.
Gerda's
relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Or maybe he's in an affair with her. Would be interesting, right? Look, I just want to get this over with. I don't bring home some pay tonight, I will be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Well, him and me both then. Like I said before.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some red reedies with me tonight.
Some reedies? Is he talking about a book or money?
You will find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe me.
Why do I think it's her? Old time slang. Yeah, for what? For money? Another shining example of marital bliss then.
A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, You know it's funny, but I can't quite remember.
How funny. What else could it be? Probably. Is he also involved in this? Sorry?
It was too frightening. That's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Helpful?
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Miss Susie. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. How am I going to jog his memory about this? Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Hold it!
Does this anything have to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry? What was that?
You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top, it did. What sight to behold it was.
Put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
Yes. A call upon the fuzzy paws. Rawr. Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday. Obviously, an angel cake. What the heck is an angel cake?
I don't know. What is an angel cake? Angel cake. The heck? Apparently it's a very fluffy cake. It's an airy cake. Okay.
It seems that's a it's a custom It seems that's a custom.
Can I read? It's English. Please read it.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruto.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown them wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Smoke. Definitely sounds like a devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold, but how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was! The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. She's just so dead. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. And what if I push this upon you? The worst part is I don't know if this is...
Excuse me.
If I may, Joro number 3. Oh, how can I help you? You have something to say about that last statement? Not really? Rather Rather like how the accused wouldn't have had a reason to take a long way home from the bookshop. We weren't even talking about that. It wasn't even slightly what I asked. People look at me and think I'm an agreeable sort of fellow, but I think I'm quite contrary, actually. Good to know when it's my job to try to change your mind.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Nutsmake, could have attacked the young woman on the street. As well, how he or she could have done it.
Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced that they are right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
I think you're going to need to pit them against each other, blah blah blah, yes.
Don't necessarily find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Blah blah blah. Blah.
Hold it!
We won't finish there. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. Would that be a logical thing to pursue?
Excuse me.
If I may, number General 3, how can I help you? Do you have something to say about that? Not really. Rather like how the accused wouldn't have had a reason to take a long way home from. What is he talking about? No, shut up, Susie.
Hold it!
But nobody reacts to that. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave. It did. I just continue this. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget my birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even if the blah, okay, it's the same thing. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. But we already talked about that and presented to him with so even if I pit him, if there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed. Thank you, Bob. Okay.
Objection!
These 2 jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. And the other thing wasn't? I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from the fire, then you would be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the household. And Mr. had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
She seems concerned. Oh my hat!
Excuse me!
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? This is an endless kettle. Mrs.
Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you to imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and the bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if he did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continue to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course, you should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have added that. We simply must have that added to Mr. Kirdup's former statement.
Now that you mentioned it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. Wait. Can we press on this? Whoops.
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Kirtep told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I heard it straight out of him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well as you know.
No, I don't. I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Hello, sir.
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5?
You know something? I remember what it was. The memory had blocked out.
Huh?
It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back.
Oh, you're calling a granny, you cheeky devil. I'm Mrs. Kirtep, or the maid, I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's used to being hit all the time.
It was about 2 weeks ago. I just got back after work like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day and I nearly died.
Okay. Deadly pockets. It's more likely to happen to any common man and woman. And in between.
There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
No.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard half of it, boy.
Huh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight, I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me. It did, about an inch deep.
No words, just terror.
I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks at night, I can tell you.
Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. What if she threw the knife, but it didn't stuck in the wall? Instead, she threw it and it was through the window or the open window and it literally like hit the woman in the back? You know?
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Your children.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like, and cutting your husband into slices, and then eat it.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later if I dare. A woman in rage will hurl almost anything at you, and the kitchen knife really brought that home to me. Sorry. I don't really see anything to pit against. I mean, except this here. What about this? You know? But since I know this game, the game is probably not going to be like this.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you?
That's right, she was chopping meat with it.
Had a tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? I started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. It started with that smile she threw me when we were courting, okay?
And since then, the list of things she thrown at me has grown along with our relationship.
That's not actually an indication of a healthy relationship.
There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub.
How strong is your woman? Is she your woman? Imagine someone throwing an entire bathtub at you. What the heck? Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head. Last week when she threw me right into the Thames. She threw him into the Thames. Are you kidding me? Still, she's not bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. You want to know what I think? I think this whole idea of ladies first that we are so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who'd been tossed in the Thames a few too many times by their wives. Wouldn't that make you one of them? That's a very interesting theory.
What a terrible thought.
On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think I might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Well, thank you for showing me this, and now I cannot go back. Instead, I have to do another round. So, the window was open when the Carrot were arguing that day.
Yes, Mrs. Carrot has finally admitted to it, which is a very significant victory for the defense.
I feel like the fog's starting to clear, and an alternative explanation to this case is starting to show itself. Let's try it.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection.
Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain yourself, Consul, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
Nothing like some brain damage before going to sleep. Yes, right? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
If demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Carrot's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some of the other objects besides the book could have found its way from the household to the street below. Huh? What's that now? After all, Mrs. could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now? You little beanpole? Take that, beanpole!
Beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she has had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala.
Gala?
As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer.
I'm sorry, can only give you gay answers.
You give us this yarn about some odd object making its way out of the house. But what was it?
The knife. I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I but I haven't had any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Gary Depp household to the scene of the crime was this knife. I mean, we all already know that this was part of it, but like... this? Why not? This might cost me this point, but I don't care.
Take that!
Juror number 4. Mrs. Gerda. What? What? Oh? Must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Oh! Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that lodged into the victim's back, man.
Me lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Gerda were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Gerda was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't be seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
Huh? Even my missus hasn't got an aim like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my!
Oh! Mrs. Gerda, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
Oh, oh!
Well, if you ever will believe that when she says no and you believe her, please remove yourself from this game and put yourself into the Thames at the bottom, please. My lord.
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Overwhelmingly metropolitan, modern, and reasonable, logical? I don't know.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now, with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman!
I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents. This jury is dumb as hell. We did it.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summy mummy, a number of jurors leaning now have changed. Two jurors call guilty against four calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue.
Okay. Also, don't ignore the fact that Mrs. Gerda is literally dead.
Now then, Lord Van Six, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
Oh god. This trial is repeatedly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is a repugnant. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter.
If I may, Lord Van Six, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's arguments is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What is his angle this time?
Here we go again. It should be already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Gerda household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Gerda's house to the scene is somewhat, yes, 15 yards. Sorry, I don't calculate in yards.
Let me see, 15 yards, that's around 14 meters.
Thank you. Finally, something I understand. 40 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. You were there! And as you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, once only held by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
No!
There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Of course I do. I am a Dracula, man. I love my voice. Everybody loves my voice. Miss Susie.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he! I will fucking crush his nuts.
Jesus, calm down. Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak? Judicial...
What did I... Judicial?
As a judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may be considered the idea of fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan
Gerda.
must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror?
Well, we can also call Mr. Garrett into the court.
Order! 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 Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
And unnecessary.
Lord van Six!
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's partial theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Ronnie Beat, reporting for duty, sir.
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of the villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rowley, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh? Okay.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir.
Why? We could just ask Mr. Garrett into the witness stand.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gerda. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word.
You could lie.
You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Gerda house are top-hinged casements.
What? How does he exactly know that?
Obviously, anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rowley was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Right.
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. How should he know? He doesn't live here. Of course, sorry.
I found it in this book. Random knowledge just appeared on this page. I found it. I solved blue clues. Cast your mind back to the windows and in Mr. and Mrs. Girdup's room.
Right, I try.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
So it's one of those that basically like lift to the outside and it literally just opens towards downside. That's what they mean with that. And because of that, they say now that if she threw the book or the knife, it couldn't have flown 14 meters from one side of the road to the other side. Which of course makes sense, but it still might be the case that the book and the knife are thrown outside and landed downstairs, which then gives someone else to pick it up. For example, the victim might have picked up the book and then someone else picked up the knife.
But it has a top-hinged casement window. It swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No.
You see the problem then. Good, your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is unless the window pane has been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be. Bees everywhere.
Did you see that, Rody? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. How funny and cute.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rowley, you're so strong.
How is this happening? I haven't even started cross-examination yet and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
My lord. Oh god, another desperate situation. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mr. Gerridab. Mr. and Mrs. Gerridab. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. Let's press. How can you say that for certain?
A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to us all policemen for our sworn duty.
That doesn't make you invulnerable to lies.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't remember.
To patrol the streets, town, uphold the peace of the common man is what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today. Oh, beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good first word.
Beside my long-suffering wife?
While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, sir.
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Can I set them on fire, please? No. None of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs.
Herde? Oh, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yes, well, so could you answer the question? It was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Yes?
I would very much like you and all your countrymen to understand that the Great British Institution of Scotland, Great British Institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you will take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you, I'll try.
It's so deliciously wordish.
Wordish. Okay. Principles of policing. Item number 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Metropolitan Police Regulations. Is that the same as? No? Here's the principles of policing. Metropolitan Police Regulations. Item 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item number 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with his initial investigations and help detectives. We talked about that when he sent her to the police box thing, but I don't remember if he said like she should get it. No, I think he said like get this and ask someone else. So it's not on my beat. You see, sir, the window on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged assessment. Let's press anyway. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yeah, sure. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see? So they restricted us to how much they open.
And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark on the map. Here is the location where the objects would have fallen.
was directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide open road.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Gertup's house is furnished with?
Oh, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Sorry?
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course, I feel terribly for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were so lucky it didn't happen on rolly speed. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, the street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between rolly speed and the next one. Isn't that right, my lord?
In other words, the crime actually happened on the side of the Gary Depp's home, and then he dragged it over to the other side. Or Mr. Muscleman over there dragged it. Constable Bait.
Huh? Oh, yes,
That's right.
that's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing the occupants of the Gerardep's household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see. Sir?
It was really cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Gerardep household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Gerardep's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked on just one other side of Briar Road, we would have never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's life of a Bobby after all. Extraordinarily people our Bobbies tirelessly working for the benefit of Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rowley for all his hard work. Don't you think, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure that we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Okay. More evidence. Wait, where is the evidence? Huh? Huh? She said, like, I put it in, and I'm like, okay, good. Where is it? Okay, well.
And now it's my turn, I think.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rowley and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky stars.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Divorce!
Can't it guide you to the answer of the question?
If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rowley be an inspector, I would have said 3 times at least.
Of course, that's what?
What?
Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't even actually see any stars.
In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that's correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
Why did you look then for the stars in London if there are no stars? It certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Did believe the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rowley was here to make sure there was nothing disturbed.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to the nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rowley's beat, it would have I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't expect it to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Rowley told me all the way. So Rowley told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Okay.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me.
What? Why? Blah blah. Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rowley was on the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was on my duty at the time. I was off duty at the time, of course. But a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report of that front, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear that on this yard's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems all together regular to me.
This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was original in the Garrideb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Could it be a different copy, sir? one that just happened to be burned as well?
Yes, because that happens all the time, right? Even if that were possible, why would have the victim been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, the book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? Let's face it. Imagine you holding a book and getting stabbed in the back. Would your reaction be like grabbing the book even more? Or would you drop it out of shock? There's something about this statement that does not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Can I be, like, a little bit racist more? Yeah?
Oh, yeah, of course, what is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? You can bloody tell me.
What? I wasn't really, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make any testimony less valuable.
Oh, great, now she's pulling that card.
You might see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you will let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. Speed, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path to the least resistant is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Nipponese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
Could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
You know what I saw? My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us.
I saw it. I did. That evening. I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well.
I know what I didn't see as well. For example, Mars.
I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up in the wrong place when I've made an arrangement. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangement to beat Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem? No, sir, no problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just bring something to mind, perhaps?
Well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all.
You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find the police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone for a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she would be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone for a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. Take me, do me, right here in front of the court.
Please don't.
But that reason I was so long gone, was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet?
Sorry, what bouquet are we talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly, so romantic. And also giving me the chance to do an audio save. Well, thank you, Bob. Draw a bloody cabin for me. Yeah.
What the fuck?
He saved up for it with the... He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
The farthings. Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Oh yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looks very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. You have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet of you just mentioned, I would like to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I would love to.
Did the fucker loot the money off the ground? Maybe? The better question is, did he actually commit the crime to get the money? You know, they could be even... You know what? At this point, now a new theory. The Gyarados had the fight. She threw the book and later on the knife. The book hit the lady below on the pavement, on the head, and got knocked out. And he actually mugged her and put the book into her hand. No, actually, maybe at this point he had no reason to. But I don't know why he would put the book into her hand to begin with, right now. But let's say she passed out because there was a book hit on her head. He finds her, he takes her money, and also sees the knife on the ground. He takes the knife, but doesn't kill her. Instead, he just puts it in her back without hurting her, actually, and then drags her to the other side. Don't ask me where the book comes in there. I don't know yet. But let's say he does all of that and then meets up with her at the one side of Briar Road, and then they walk down Briar Road. By accident, Sasuke also comes around the corner, sees it, drops his book down and runs away. And then she sees it and she's like, oh my god, crime. And he is like, oh, we need a police officer here. Go look for the box. She goes, and in the meantime, because now books are on the ground, he takes the other book from the other side of the street and puts it in her hand. But I don't know why. But, like, there's a possibility that it was an actual accident and he used it to actually mug someone. Possible. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset.
Wait, if she dropped it at the scene of the crime, why do we have no evidence of it?
When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rowley gave me. It was in a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
Right. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
Uh-huh. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Bate, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right, silly me had gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time, I can't think how it got there. I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite.
Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rowley bought me with that change.
What?
With that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it.
Why was this evidence not presented to us from the beginning? What court system would do that?
That's the bouquet Rowley bought me for our anniversary with an old bits change he found in the gutter.
We just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by the flower?
According to the report of the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, hello bot and goodbye. I like how bots now try something new. They start the URL, the website, point, and then put a space in between dot space com, and then write remove the space. as if I would block the website. I also like how they try now to kind of use a different font for E and I and think they will be not catched. Okay. It was found at the edge of the pavement in front of the Gertep household. How convenient. How obvious. In front of the Gertep's house? although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay there with the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh, but it's a symbol of our love.
Like any other flower can be your symbol of love.
I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief, rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget Mrs. B.
Beat, bait, whatever. It's a rose. Let me guess, we can actually unwrap this.
It's very stylish paper and the flowers wrapped in it, isn't it?
It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me.
Ah, I see. Is something
wrong?
Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like it might look some sort of fancy cake.
Ah, Susie-san, do you love your cakes? That's the discussion you have there.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
Ah, this is the rose, is it? I've never seen one before.
You do not take any interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
Wouldn't say that exactly, but I know 3 types at least.
Gosh, 3?
Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom, which stands for each season in Japan.
Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example.
Maybe. I guess there's nothing else to it. Okay. They have nothing specifically to say about that. I'm a bit confused because I would have expected that they would like literally open this because it's so different from the rest. Okay. Just checking that it really isn't. Weird. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report in that front, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct. What do you make out of this? Yes. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Goethe was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that she's still lying down on the floor in the jury, and we do not pay attention to her slowly dying. That someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. This case has nothing to do with the Mr. and Mrs. Gary that believe me. The London Bobby is good for this word. Indeed, a very good part. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gary. Well, we basically could, like, put the book down, but then he will say, like, there could be a different book, so I don't really have a specific evidence against what he's saying here. Sure, I can say, like, it's this knife, it's this book, but this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp. What if I present this photo instead with it? I wonder.
Objection!
There's clearly something odd about the last statement. Okay, it doesn't count. Well, I tried. You see, sir, the window on the top floor of the Gary Depp's house are top-hinged casements. There's nothing to say about that. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I have nothing that disproves that. I mean, I still think that it all happened on the Gary Depp side. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report from that front, sir. I don't even know where to go with this.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain?
A very good question, sir. And the answer is this.
Okay, noble principle, sworn duty. Showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. Sure, all about. So I stand here. Beside my long-suffering wife. Why is he saying that? Like, as before, like, what does he mean, long-suffering wife? Which you mean they don't fully open, is that correct? Yes, sir. Just here, they allow a tiny bit of air to go through the house, so they're restricted to how much they open. If anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. Yeah, we have done that. Okay, yeah, I know. How interesting that they didn't note it down on the actual map. Not important. See, I helped with the investigation yesterday, I know. Now she is going like on... Ah! You know, delighted. Reason. Remembers. That's all. We were really so lucky. She's happy that it happened on the other beat, so she didn't have to give up the anniversary thing. Otherwise, he would be forced to do the investigation himself. Right. Constable beat. Yes, right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing of the occupants at the garage house out yesterday. House is on my beat, you see. Yes, ma'am. Pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. Just think if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road. I don't get it because it doesn't make sense, you know? Then again, her sense of direction is garbage. You know, I say like it doesn't make sense by literally when they arrived and that entire scene was there. She is basically like saying, oh yeah, it happened on the other side of the street. But she also said that she put down her bouquet and then went for the box, which was clearly on his beat. Because when she came back, she found the bouquet on the other side. And she thought like, oh... Just think if the woman had been attacked on the other side of Briar. Wait! He clearly just stated that this is his beat. right? And we have a contradiction here, and it's here. Pavement of Briar Road, east side. And that would be east side, right? But the actual incident when we have photographs was here. So now I'm confused, because this is clearly not east side. This is west side of Briar Road. And here it clearly says east side. So why would he file an incident report and type down that it was on east side, which is his beat? But when they called the other guy, they found it on the other guy's beat. I'm confused about this. I can't actually show it. That's weird. As evidence against them. That's weird. Now we're going for the meal. I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding him. Don't you think so? Oh god. Must be it. That was the second one. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
Okay, it leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. This point as well could count towards that.
Hold it!
I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
Yes, that's right. Was it that? Run over. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was shocked, dropped the bouquet. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. Police box. Back to the scene together with the other constable. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I picked it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. Like, why can't I present this in this case? I mean, all of this can be... Let's say I presented, like... The worst part is... I don't really want to lose all the points here. The thing is, there are like 3 possibilities where I could present this evidence that clearly states it was on east side, which is weird, which is on his beat, and yet he pretends that it wasn't on his beat, and she was found on the other beat. So what if I literally do this?
Objection!
And this is not what counts. Nothing to do with and Mrs. Garrett up and Bobby is good. Well, I'm just going to try things now. So, what about the book? Should I present the book or this? That's not what I wanted.
Objection!
Let's just consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we? Really? This game is just made for let's fail. The Necronomicon, yes. It punches you into the face. You see, so the windows on the top floor and go at the top hinged. This is thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. They'd leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Objection!
Wow. You know, what I'm supposed to show here? Like, I don't see the point where to present what. Like, when they say, like, it has nothing to do with the Gary depths, I can present the book, I can present the photo with the book, I could present the knife. But there's also this really strange part of the report that clearly he has written and says like, I found it on east side on Briar Road. And east side, if we assume that the map we are looking at, that north is up, then it is east side because I was thinking of west side. I'm an idiot. East is now where west is, which is not wrong. If you keep going east around the planet, somewhere west becomes east. Okay, my bad. But then again, I still don't understand what I'm supposed to do. Present from Patricia Beat, from her husband Ronnie, the shock of being stabbed with hospital door, where she stood. I mean, that's the point, right? So, I literally want to point out when she talks about it. That's the point, like, she talks about it, but I cannot put, like, the evidence into her face when she talks. I need to do it here. I'm sorry about that. I need to do it here on the green font. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for a moment. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. So let's present this here.
Objection.
Oh, I was right. You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to the beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs.
Meager?
Objection.
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to the Scotland Yard's honour. But the bouquet belonged to me. It had nothing to do with the case. That's why Broly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we are talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garretup's book. Mr. Garretup's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garretup's house. There's no logical explanation for those things. unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? Or the way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
No, don't worry, he just mugged a person.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny liar says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. I don't care for the truth. Fuck details.
Good, Mrs. Gerdaps comes round. Oh, she's alive. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Gerdaps. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo?
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot be admitted. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have caused to carry out such an elaborate deception? I don't know, try a Bobby. Yes, there's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture.
Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? It's Susie. Well, it's him, because, like, there was no one else there, right? And I cannot choose the heavy Mr. Punch guy. It was Barack Van Zieks.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rawley Beat, it was you.
What? A policeman, a member of Scotland Yard, who would never lie or do anything bad or be corrupted or anything? What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There is no one straighter than my husband. Nobody works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Did you ask his boyfriend about that? Mrs. B, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officers on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about the Nipponese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat,
Slander, lies.
it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Ah, well.
Objection!
Total chaos. First, you make an accusation about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. My foot! Your claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. Yes, common mugging?
That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for his alleged tampering. Yes, I do. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene for the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruto, have you managed to solve the mystery? Mr. Naruto? Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure you need not to point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, will you explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering?
Yes, my lord. Don't hit yourself again. Constable Beetle's motive for tampering along with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. Hit on these nuts. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked?
Oh, you're nuts if that's what you're thinking. No king shaming here.
What are you talking about? We told you that at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right there, as if anyone didn't already know.
But she has a terrible sense of environment. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
What the heck? I just saw this. Did you see it? The scarf is so long that she uses one side of the scarf and it hangs to the floor and then goes up again to him. And he's wearing the same scarf as she is.
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Oh my god, it's so difficult. Maybe it's like here.
Like here. Yeah.
Take that!
But that's...
On the other side of the road?
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Gilden's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious.
Objection!
Of course. Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own ears.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran into the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't be. Can't have been beans.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary!
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told me the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of a rose bouquet. Lord Van Seek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it could be seen it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat.
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rowley! It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding righteous man I know.
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night, everything come out, everything's exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good, Charlie. Order, order, order. What on earth is the meaning of all of this? Oh, really? Why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of the Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all of this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything.
I have a possible explanation for why on that particular evening Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard police.
Yes, because an anniversary has very much to do only with British policemen.
And yet, Lord Van Seeks, it is a foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far.
And
I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel of the defense, if you please.
yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England. Nipponese. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable action? Oh no, it's this.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Nipponese. Which is why this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keep the peace, looking after the citizens and his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? We have never heard of this information ever before. On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw the shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that other particular day, I was looking forward celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot of being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules of patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Oh, Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved this whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said, it's alright.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on the Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this happen? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why?
You know, there's one thing I know that is very hard to believe. An anniversary can be celebrated a day after.
Unthinkable.
It summoned Bob right away. Like Bob instantly charged in and was like,
Yes, this is it.
here, I must draw.
It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she had to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it, turn right along Meerschaum Street, and then...
Stop blinding us. Stop blinding us.
I'm...
God.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner, and now I'm gonna be beheaded, stabbed to death, and fed to the rats before they throw me into the stinking Thames. My fucking eyes stopped this instant.
I know, right?
Oh, really? Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside of your jurisdiction, which is foolish because you could have repeated the celebration of your anniversary the next day. God damn it, why would you commit a crime for this? Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise my Rody would have never left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rody, that was my fault. I should have never dropped it into such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rody.
Roly-poly?
Oh, they actually made that joke, roly-poly. Roly and Patricia. Roly, Patricia. I mean, it's not directly like that, but you can tell us, Constable. How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir, definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Nutmere, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, the Lion Sprite, that the victim was holding?
Oh yes, sir. No doubt of it, sir.
Interesting. That's not new evidence, that's just added information to it, right? Yeah.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There was only the two people at the scene, me and at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
Me lord.
Yes, Lord Van Siegs.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination for the witness. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This is all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. And after he was coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my lord.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say?
Leave now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir!
Right into the kokoro.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused Mr. Sasuke Natsume is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. No, it's not. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. How about this very extravagant person that lives in the same house? You know, we met them for a short moment.
Forgive me for being so presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Siegs, is this true?
Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted, The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Shit. Okay, these two are gone. She's the victim. I'm the victim of him. I mean, why not him? You know? Why not him? I will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. I don't... I mean, it's purely logical. It's not her, it's not him. It's not her, she's the victim. It's not him, it's not him. It's not her. It's not gonna be him. It's not him, it's not her. It's most likely not him. Okay, they fought. But I feel like we need him in court. So my best guess is that it was him. I know he has a knee injury. I'm aware of that. Because in the end, if you ask me, there's only him and this one. But I will go with this one for now.
Take that!
Excuse me?
Okay, it's not wrong. Okay, it's not him. Not going to name him. That's for sure. It leaves only this guy. But I don't think it was him. And we always talk about the one who was there, and it was someone like this stature. So that means only him, him, him. And we talk about someone with a mustache. And he has one, and it was not him. That leaves only these guys, and it's certainly not going to be the one. So let's put this one on display.
Take that!
It's also not that. That's weird. Huh? Huh? Are we going back to him? I mean, huh? I mean, it could also be her. Okay, so we make the assumption there's this entire thing going on, right? She's throwing stuff at him. She throws out the book. But there's no evidence that the knife was also thrown out of the window. But there's a chance that she is that woman who put the letter into the book, and let's say it is also an affair to Mr.
HERE.
And it would make sense. She's similar stature to his wife. Which gives me the idea that it is possibly her. Like, she is in a rage, throws things at her, the book is getting thrown out. But not the knife. Or maybe the knife. And let's say he actually saw at the window that she was downstairs. Maybe called even out for her, for help. And either she came up to help, or she was enraged enough to be like, what? She's down there, and rushes down and gets into like a fight with her down there and stabs her. And she like literally collapses on the floor because she has like the book in the hand because she wants to give the book back, or she just picked it up.
Take that!
That was the correct decision. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan
HERE.
Me, hot hearing.
Objection!
That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs.
HERE.
Answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
Well, at the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John.
HERE.
In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything that you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs.
HERE.
This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before?
Oh,
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there is in all regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh,
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common old garden knife. I could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? Are you joking?
What are you saying, please, Miss?
Gerda.
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe that all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I would injure someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst.
Well,
Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like
if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take stand, juror.
Oh,
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Six.
I'm going to have to testify. Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate having observed with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths which the witness themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs.
Gerda. Gerda.
And mark my words. In this court of law today, we shall extract the truth with this knife in your belly. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Such a strange feeling. I feel like God. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. A lawyer! Witness, state your name and occupation.
Yes, my name is John,
Gerda.
and I'm a juror and such like.
Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify the matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on that evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
let me guess. It's Mr. Goethe. Chin up, Tony. Nothing to worry about now.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. John?
Wasn't only in the courtroom that day, old thing, was it? Wasn't you? Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap that leaves a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John
Goethe.
Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant on the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir.
Hi. Hi, Epiton. How did you sleep? Yeah.
See my fair share of action and now living on the quiet life, as it were.
We don't know why this guy is talking like an American, but he's absolutely British. The quiet life. Where you're not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question.
Ah, well, yes, quite.
You slept well. That's good.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented precedent. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
Sir, at once.
What's wrong with military people and being like, I need to be militarish? I don't get it. Makes no sense at all. Like, military. War.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, and got the window open.
They aren't like that in real life. Yeah, most aren't like that. Luckily, but some are.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if one of the two went missing, I'm afraid. If that belly thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
Blah blah blah.
It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. We had no choice to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware of every battlefield. You're just gnat's whiskers from death at any moment.
Are you still talking about the marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such as such that surroundings are barely noticed. I don't know. It's not an English sentence. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Siegs may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances. We only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Doobie-doobie-doobie-da.
Another time. No, it's just 2 hours away from the conclusion. Come on. You can't stop now. That's like torture. Right? Don't save. Torture, I say. How dare. Right. Let's have a short look here. Dip. Und okay. I'm looking for someone, but it's like I look at similar and small sizes, like this person's microphone is weird. Sadly. And everybody else is basically bigger streamers. So I can't really throw you at another channel today. I would love to, but I don't see anything. So yeah, only 7.5 hours of stream instead of 5. What am I doing? Do I try to compensate for the missing days? Probably. Is this helpful? No. Regardless, let's see. Regardless, yeah. On the good side, I'm glad I could do like 3 games today, which is good. Instead of like 1 or 2 games, we made 3 games today, which is good. Yeah, but I will continue this on Wednesday. So that's gonna be that. So Wednesday, we certainly gonna stream at least an hour of Edge of Sanity, just to get that game a little bit further. No promises that we will definitely return to Ace Attorney on Wednesday. I try, but let's see what we're gonna do then. I'm not sure yet, but the one thing I can say is like I will stream an hour of Edge of Sanity for sure. And yeah, we shall see. I just try to keep 2 or 3 games in the stream as good as possible. So yeah. All in all, I hope you had all a wonderful weekend. And I wish you all a wonderful rest start into this week. As always, it's a pleasure to have you all here. Happy soon, coffee, boom noise. thank you so much. It's really helping that you are here. And yeah, I will return on Wednesday. And in the meantime, you know where to reach me on Discord. It's no problem. And all I can say is like, you have a wonderful rest of the day you still have ahead of you a bit soon. And to Coffee and With Noise, thank you for being here. Have a wonderful rest. Sleep well. Good studies to you, With Noise. All the best that you can catch up and do well on it. So yeah. Meanwhile, we're gonna have some wonderful music from Diablo. Enjoy. And this is going to be the end. Thank you so much. Stay cute, stay adorable, stay true to yourself, be yourself. And I see you next time. Take care. And bye bye. Oh, now the song is over. And all the songs are like so slow. Oh well. Take care and thank you so much. Bye bye.